I just hit start. And people don't show up to visit me as soon as I hit start. But you know what? Welcome back anyway. Because you know what? Whether or not you're here, I want you to know that you're welcome. Yeah, and that's it. Anyways, I'm a little bit addicted to Neverwinter Nights, so I just keep playing that. I am tempted to play some Final Fantasy XIV, but I'm a little sad because my buddy who was going to level with me is no longer going to level with me since they removed the requirement for second classes, like to like pair and unlock things. So now he's not about that life. So that means if I want to level, it's just by myself, which is fine. I don't mind doing it, but I was excited to have a partner in leveling, you know? It is a game, however, that plays just fine by yourself. It plays a lot like just like a solo Final Fantasy game. Let's open this here. Cola. Get some caffeine. If you're showing up, how was your day? How are you? You're okay? I'm hot and tired. I didn't get enough sleep. Work felt like an eternity. I came home to my home. And my home happens to have an addition, like part of the house is an addition, and so they installed a second air conditioner for the addition, the additional space, and that secondary air conditioner is not working at the moment. So it is a balmy 80 degrees in this room right now, while the other half of my house is quite pleasant. But since I'm not going to relocate a green screen and my computer and all that jazz, and I want to play video games, I'll just sweat it out. Anyways, we are in Charwood. We are in the Fireside, which is where Carlot Jarag should reside. So far, it seems like he's the villain of the piece, but we can get some more information if we summon a demon. Now, I tried to summon the demon last time, and it didn't go well because I didn't cast protection from evil. So I searched around the room again, or the rooms again, and found that they actually do also give you a protection wand as well, so that you can, even if you're not a caster, you can protect yourself from the would-be demon. So, let us talk to demons. But let us also save before we talk to demons. Because, well, the AC's coming on. Here's hoping that it blows cold air instead of warm air. Alright, so we saved. We can throw the fire beetle belly in there. Let's use this protection. So we've done that. And then let's use this wand on this. What's all this now? Oh, just the girlfriend wanting to know if I fed her cats. Well, I did. A little bit of faith. Alright. So, Belial says, to speak quickly, human fool. Your magic protections will not last long in this place. What do you require? Hold on. I don't think... I didn't think he actually gave... I thought... Let's see. Belial, Neverwinter Nights. Let's see what these things are. I think we just want... We would just want answers from him. But let's find out if there's anything... Alright, well, we don't need no demon assistant other than we would like answers. Hold on. Let me tell this woman that her cats are fed so she can rest easy. And then we'll question this demon. Alright. In this case, you are the judge, then my charade over. For you command me as none other has before. What charade? I am Belial, Prince of Demons. Did you believe that such a simple spell would summon me? No, I answered Karlat Jarrig's call for my own reasons, Judge. You see, it was I who first planted the seed of slaughter in Karlat's mind. He was but a weapon, and it was my hand that controlled him. I see. Tell me more. Quint was a weapon of a weapon, a servant slave. It was he who brought the children in, and Karlat who cast the spell that killed them. It was I alone who stayed silent in the knowledge that the slaughter held no meaning. Karlat's ritual did not require it, but I chose to tell him otherwise. Oh, so then it was you. You're the guy. But why? Thus is the nature of demons, Judge. Why is there needless suffering in the world? Why is there injustice and strife and tyranny? It is because of us. Alright. I am Belial, Prince of Demons, Lord of Fire, Scourge of the Abyssal Depths. Were you ever fool enough to expect another? If it means an end to my accursed bondage in this place, then I will gladly give it. There, take it, and make of it what you will. Then the bargain has fulfilled. Next time, I'll summon you. I don't think so, Belial. Except for maybe. Do you have to deal with Belial again in Hordes of the Underdark? You definitely have to deal with demons in Hordes of the Underdark. God, that story's cool. I need to get done with this so I can move on to that cool shit. Alright, so now we know the long truth of what happened. What is it now, woman? Yeah, this is gonna this back and forth is gonna keep happening. Let me tell you that. They're like children. Did you see them? Are they okay? Blah, blah, blah. Alright, so now... Oh, maybe it's over. Just a good thanks. That's nice. Let's deal with this fire doodad. Alright, one final save while we talk to Karlat. Is there anything to loot? There is a thing to loot. Well, that seems so shiny. God, my bags are so full right now. Where did this end up? Bunch of random bric-a-brac. I don't know what good ironwood is. Can you make the items that you couldn't make before when you find the smith again? What's up, Karlat? I am the judge. Yes, I seek into this torment of unknowing. I do not even know if we've spoken before. Everything's come undone since my brother. Quint, yes, it was him. He was responsible. He invited all the children of the village to his tower, and he began to read to them. It was horrible, the blood. It was everywhere. Every one of them died, every child. He's gone mad, you know. My younger brother has gone mad. I arrived there too late. I rebuked him, and he groveled there before me. He said he did it for me, all for the love of an older brother. I unleashed the fire against him, but he fled and stole my most powerful artifact, my phylactery, and made use of it. Now we are all stuck here because of him, pressed like flowers between the pages of the Book of Time. This is your journal? What does it say? You tricked your brother. I needed the blood. It was necessary. Without it, how could I protect the village? It was a high price, but it would have meant the future. I know that name. Yes, he was a demon I consorted with. He was the one who gave me the phylactery and taught me to use it. Why, the summoning room is just down the hall. Maybe he would know the truth of things. Okay. So I have his oath as well. And that's all well and good. But now we have to go to Quint's tower and talk to him. And I assume that he'll give me an oath that he also did it. And then presumably I get to decide which oath to utilize during the trial. I assume. I assume that's how this works. Oh, that air feels cool. Maybe it's working again. Oh, praise be to air conditioning. There is a heat wave going on. It's always hot where I live, but it's particularly hot this week. And so it was not a pleasant thing to be without air conditioning. The only upside is that I could walk to the other end of the house where the air conditioning was working. Alright, let's let's switch back to so we have a save before we talk to Carlot in case we need to not take oaths. Cursed warrior, you shall fall before me. And this ghast, this scaredy ghast, also shall fall. Alright, so we've got a couple of loops. We're gonna go everywhere, so it doesn't really matter which way we start going. Some regular mummies. These are chumps. We've been dealing with mummy lords. Don't you deal with a dragon at some point in this game? I feel like you do. Are these cursed people supposed to be vampires? It's hard to say. They were found near some arrows of the vampire. Confirmed vampires. Oh, a new amulet. I wonder what that one will do. Why are you buzzing at me, phone? You got nothing. You got nothing new. Oh, Linu, what are you doing? I'm just impressed you didn't set off this trap. As Linus are wont to do. Stabbed upon your own petard, eh, Linu? Also, this is a pretty great longsword, but I would like something a little more paladin-like. Like a Holy Avenger, or just, you know, just something neat. Alright, we'll deal with this ghast, this scaredy ghast. Alright, and there's all kinds of things to loot in here, and I love looting. Looting is among my favorite things. These are a few of my favorite things. I'm in a weird mood today. Maybe because I came home and things were amiss. It was clear that my power went out, which I think is what caused a problem with the AC, because it, like, anytime we have a little power outage, it like resets and needs to be like cycled a bunch of times before it starts working again. So I hope we're out of the woods with that. It feels like it. It certainly feels like it's cooler in here. But I did turn it up a little bit just to give it a bit of a break. So I might have to get up to go reduce the, lower it. Make it cooler in here. No, where's that great axe? There we go. Great. Great, great, great. It's a pretty sweet shield. And it's all golden. How paladin-like. If only the rest of me weren't so mix-mash. I got some bad fashion going on. Is this where the book is? Why is this chest glowing? There should be a book in here too, I think. The Book of Death. Because she said that the Book of Fire and the Book of Death also both couldn't be scryed. Yeah, there it is. And that means they were in Charwood. And I found one in the other side. The candelabra's dim light does not make the blood-stained pages any more legible. Judging by the pictures and size of the font, it was a children's book. Okay. That's... okay. So let's... I'm not sure where we're supposed to go. Like where the right way is versus the wrong way. Well, let's clear this room out. This looks probably too small to be where Quint is, right? Darkness will take you. Blah. I mean, whatever you say, dude. Oh, goodness. It's another chest. Just all by its onesies. Ah, it's got a key. Oh, I almost missed this cabinet. Almost. I almost missed this cabinet. Sapphire. Man, I got a bunch of sapphires. Alright. Let's deal with this stuff. Got Linu. Oh. Alright, there's some greater restoration. There's another holy urn. Raised dead. Okay. Might be kind of fun to play a necromancer in this game. Or maybe some weird, like, hybrid blackguard that takes some levels of wizard so that I can get, like, the sinister spells. Or some levels of cleric so I could get raised dead kind of stuff. That could be cool. I feel like if I were going to play it again, though, with something else, I think I'd have to talk someone into playing with me. Okay, so we have some empty bottles and a letter. Dear Brother Quint, here are the alchemical instructions you requested on your last pilgrimage to the temple. Hopefully they will be of use to you as you continue to bring the people of Charwood to the Morning Lord's grace. May the dawn ever greet you. Notes on crafting of divine potions. The crafting of the more typical divine potions is generally very simple, requiring only a healer's kit and an empty, well-cleansed bottle into which you shall decant the potion, and the casting of the desired spell. Be careful, however, as not all spells result in a potion, and a wrongful casting can prove quite painful. It is best you start on potions with which you are already familiar. So a healer's kit plus some sort of spell and a bottle is meant to create this. So I mean, I don't have a spell to cast on it, but presumably if I had like a heal spell or something, then casting it on the alchemist apparati with a bottle and a healer's kit in there would do what was needed. Presumably. God, I still want a cloak update. I wonder if one of the vendors has the upgrade for the Nymph's cloak. I know the temple doesn't. But maybe, no. Maybe there's another vendor, like Altura, or the Druid, or maybe that shady merchant. Alright, so we got some more stuff in here. Be careful against that Ravager, Linu. Ah, she's going ham on that guy. She's got this. Alright, I don't know what we do with this thing, so maybe another save is in order. So maybe another save. Just maybe. Ah, yes. A little saving. A statue of the deity Lathander, the Morning Lord. Blood-stained and desecrated, this statue of Lathander, god of the dawn, feels cold to the touch. It seems to be devoid of any divine presence. I wonder if there's a way that we could restore it. It seems like it's in bad shape now. What's up, cursed rangers slash ghast? Oh, there's a lot of things to loot in here, huh? Alright, so we got this crate, barrel, crate, and finally, this chest. Which probably doesn't have anything of note in it, but we'll see. Alright, so now what do we got? Oh, that's... Oh, there's another Bloodstained book? Okay. And then that is Quint. Alright, so we've got this room, and then we've got this room, and then a bunch of ways to get to Quint. Fair enough. Alright, we got more cursed rangers and warriors. Warriors, come out and play. You're no match for me. The Candelabra's dim light does not make the bloodstained pages any more legible. Okay, so it doesn't tell us anything new about these books. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, a Bodak. That thing looks horrible. I don't know what that weird beam is, but it killed Linu and did nothing to me. Linu has taken her more common form, Pool of Blood. Even Money says that's a Bodak's tooth. I never would have guessed. Some healer kit. And what was in this chest before Linu went running off? Going rogue. For a cleric, she sure does go rogue a lot. Eh? Eh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that side didn't do it. What a cock tease. Oh, we got some urns. Some more raised dead. And neutralize poison. I really should go get Linu again. Not because she's like invaluable in fights, but just like, I don't know, it feels wrong to be here without her, you know? Alright, let's go get her. Hello. Yep. I guess we'll deal with some of these magic items while we're here. God, there's no way I need all these material components, you know? I'm gonna hang on to the spells for just a little bit, because I can cast off of these. And I might check some of those books to see if any of them use spells that I can cast. I don't think they can, but might as well check. Wanev's gem, Grimnaw's gem, bunch of sapphires. Potion, topaz. Gold ring. I really don't need these potions at Cure Lights. They just do not heal enough anymore for them to be relevant. Alright, Great Axe +2, Two-Blade Sword +2. Another Cure Light. You can get out of here. I think we have more Cure Moderates somewhere. Oh, what is this? White Dragon armor. It's 6 armor with +3, so that's 1 better than what my armor of comfort was. And then it also has cold resistance and an 80% weight reduction. So that seems pretty good. Let's find a spot to stick it. I know. So this is 7 + 1 and it has spell resistance, but I actually have 10 spell resistance on my shield. So I go down 2, but that makes my AC go up. And I'm a little less colorful, which is nice. And it means I can put this away. And then my weight allowance is bonkers all of a sudden. Right? Oh, maybe it's really heavy, so its 80% reduction isn't as great as it seems. It seems like that should do a lot for me. Alright, but that's cool. 80% cold reduction, or 20 resist cold. What was it? I'll look in a sec. Alright, we got anything else? Didn't I find like a necklace or something? And I feel like there was a belt too. Maybe I've already dealt with the belt. Yeah, none of these things have the belt. So where is that necklace? Oh, I'm just... Amulet of Will. Will, I will. Will, eh? I don't think I need the Amulet of Will. I don't feel convinced of that yet. These don't sell for much, and they might be useful in making something. We can sell that, though. A healer's kit with no pluses? Let's just sell those. Healer's kit +10 and +6. Restoration. The only one we want to be careful not to sell is a potion of heal, because that's a full heal potion. Oh, here's these bolts of fire. Can sell that as well. Alright, are there any potions that we can consolidate? any of these bags? No. Is there a potion here? Yes. And then are there any more healer's kits? We got healer kits +1. I'm not worried about healer kits +1. I'm starting to stack up some better ones, I thought. Oh, no, I should have kept those. Okay, fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. You're out of order. Boots of the Sun Soul are really good. They're just straight armor boosting boots. But they're only for monks. I'm really tempted to pick up the Amulet of Health. Like, being immune to level ability drain is really good. Real good. Amulet of the Master. This is pretty good. It's better if you're like a thiefy type. Lesser Ring of Power is really good too. It's way better than what I have. And just this Fortitude. Because it gives me another point of regeneration. Like 2 points a turn is pretty good. How much is this thing? 14,000? God, I'm so tempted. The trouble is, if I can make it through this chapter without buying anything, I probably just get the better versions of all of those things in the next chapter. I guess the question is whether or not I need them to finish this chapter. I don't think I do. But with that said, I guess we'll take a quick nap so we can regain our spells. And then we will head back to deal with Quint and pass judgment on Charwood. And then I think we're just done with that area. Which will just leave the Neverwinter Wood, I think, all we have left to do. And then finishing up side quests. So Neverwinter Wood should also be where the last, or somewhere around there, should be where the last werewolf. I might have to travel around at night, though, to find that. And then it's also where the last bounty is. And once I do that, I can trigger the quest to go find the guy who is elsewhere. Well, that looks a lot better than my colorful armor. Alright, so there's a trapped chest and a locked armoire. And an open that and a lock. Okay. Some gold. Glittering gold. Trinkets and baubles. For only having played that game once in one session, I sure do quote that glittering gold trinkets and baubles. I think there was someone who used it for like their donation sound. Maybe that's why. Maybe Lobos? That sounds right. I think it was Lobos. Glittering gold trinkets and baubles. Periapt of Wisdom. Why couldn't it have been an Amulet of Health? Spare me the agony of wanting to buy an Amulet of Health. Oh, there's a pile of books that I didn't check. Probably just regular books, but we should be sure, right? Ooh, the Journal of Quint. 2 days until midwinter. 1183. DR. It seems so odd of Karlat to suggest we have a party for the village children. Normally he hates it when even a few of them show up, asking to be read to. The whole village, he said, trying to sound gruff. Every child. I want them all in the library on midwinter night. Lathander be praised. I think I've finally found a soft spot in the old rascal. That's the thing with children. They tend to grow on you. Off to the village, then, to spread the good news. Oh, dear Quint. Where did you come from? Oh, there's just some enemies back around here. Okay. Well, we can clear these out. Ain't no thing. Oh, that's right. If it seemed like my AC was working, I might want to turn it down, and it does sort of seem like that. Alright, let's clear these enemies, and then we'll go adjust it. Because I am still so hot. What are you doing? Why are you fighting the great? Then you'll follow. Why did you go attack that gate? I didn't tell you to go attack the gate. God, you're such a weirdo. More enemies. See, if I had that amulet, this couldn't happen to me. Alright, so we've wrapped all the way back around. Oh, we didn't get this chest, huh? I feel like we got this, though. Did we just miss this guy? Yes, okay. Alright, let's rest. I'm gonna check my AC, use the restroom, and be right back. So until then, it's a chair stream. You got this, chair. All right. Looks like the chair held down everything just fine. Why do I still have these horrible status effects? That's not cool. Okay, so sleeping isn't helping me. Is it a disease? Okay. Then that is dealt with. Let's rest one more time. We'll get back our disease. I don't think we'll need the remove disease, but I like having all my stuff back while I got a moment. You know? You know what I'm saying? Oh, God. Oh, my hair is bonkers. I just glanced over. It's nuts. Okay. Let's deal with Quinn. What up, Quinn? Quint. That's what I meant to say. Just in case talking to you ends what we're talking about. Let's check out what's in these chests here. Alright. Just some money and more money. What's up, Quint? Yeah? You'll be my judge? But I'm not ready. I've just begun a new stage of my punishment. I'm going mad, you know. It helps me feel the pain more clearly. Did you see a ghost stealing children from the village? That was me. Guilt is the gift that keeps on giving, you see, over and over and over. Tell me more. Blood on the pages where I read to them. Every one of them died. Every child. I've gone quite mad, you know. Quite. Quintessentially mad. Quintessentially mad? Huh? I see what you did there, Quint. You little rascal. I was too early and too late, you see. The children were dead, but I stopped my brother from joining them at least. I stole it. I stole his phylactery. And I ran. Oh, how I ran from him, lips full of prayer. I gave it to Lathander, you know, for him to destroy. But it was already too late. He didn't destroy. He tucked it away. Tucked all of us away between the folds of time. I've spoken to your brother. Of course he does. He protects me. And he longs for his phylactery, half alive, half dead. All any of us want is the whole of something. This is your journal? I wasn't mad back then. It was before the crime. Everything was different. What bearing could it have? It says nothing. You love the children. I did. Trapped here forever. You thought it was going to be a party. Yes. No blood, no undead brother, no phylactery, no corpses. I meant well. I didn't mean for this to happen. He consorted with demons. I knew that, but I wanted this to be a happy place. I shouldn't have brought the children to the house of demons. If so, I yearn for it. Take my written. Alright, so we got everyone's oath. But what we need, hopefully, is to turn in the demon's oath. So as to portray the truest events. You know what I'm saying? You know? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you? Quite mad. Quite mad. Alright, I think it's time we finally busted out a third save. What is this thing? A third fish? Curb Your Enthusiasm reference. Anyways. I do. Greetings, Lady Guardian. Greetings, Judge. Old Carla Jarrig, you have had your say and given your oath. That is all the court requires of you. I find neither of them guilty. I have a written note from the demon Belial. Does Lathander have still need of my services, Lady Guardian? Long have I sensed that you too have been trapped within this castle. The judge has produced your written confession and found you guilty. He may very well find me guilty, milady, but punishing me shall be quite another matter. You hold no power over me, Guardian. I stand guard over the phylactery by Lathander's will. The fate of that phylactery determines the fate of all who gather here, even me, even you. Decides, Judge. Oh. I don't... But Judge, no. Indeed, it was Quint who gathered up the village children for the party. Yet it was his brother Carlat who tricked him into doing so, and who cast the spell that caused the slaughter. Carlat had become a noble Baelnorn, you see, and had been told that the blood of innocents would be required. I made it quick, just a moment of pain. I was told that they would be returned to life as soon as I finished my ceremony, but I never finished. It was the demon Belial who told that lie, twisting Carlat's good intentions to an evil end. Some of my finest work. Quint stole it, Lathander confiscated it, I guarded it, and you judged its fate. It is done. When you leave, I shall seal the castle doors. You shall never return. So is it better for me to have taken the phylactery? Yes. Both. I am ready. I find neither of them. All right. Miscellaneous thin? So what is this miscellaneous thin? So what if I say that Carlot is guilty? I mean, he did summon the demon and kill the children. Yes. Yes, I am ready. Alright. So one route we get 500 experience, and the other route we get the miscellaneous thin. Let's find out what that means. Well, these people are getting confused between the guardian you can summon in the castle, where you fight Dester, and this demon. It's a difficult decision. I think that I free everybody but reveal the truth. I think that's what makes sense to me. I am tempted to condemn them, but yes, both ready. I find neither of them. Then I'll take the phylactery. And then I guess we'll finish up with having had the full account again. Alright. Well, none of the options are great, but at least it's decided. Do I have the ability to check out these side paths now? No. That's a bummer. I would like to go clear them out as well. I got this chest right. I assume that I did. Yeah. key doesn't return. I just want to defeat everything, you know? Is that so much to ask? Fine. Judge, it's me, Mayor Mobley. Look how the light shines through the leaves again. See all you've done? I stayed behind to thank you. You're welcome. Is there anything else I can do for you? All we ever hoped for. We can all rest now, all of us. We leave these woods to the animals and to you. Well done. You served us well. Oh, well, we got some treasure. A ring of protection +3. Well, it's better than my ring of fortitude, right? Where did the ring go? Oh, here it is. It's definitely better than my ring of fortitude +1. So. Oh, this is a whole different... The town's in ruins, and now there's bears here. Polar bears for some reason. Even though this area doesn't seem very polar. I wonder if something would have been different if I had not found the cultist before coming here. Like, would he have been freed because he wasn't from an ancient time and been like in the ruins of the house, or would I have just missed that clue and thusly had to find another clue? Alright, got some dire boars. Anything else interesting going on in this town? Or is it all just empty because of what happened? It just seems empty. Except for these dire animals that want to attack me. Unnecessary. It's an unnecessary strike, Linu. There is nothing. Okay. Well, at least that's all cleared up, you know? You know what I'm saying? I'm just done with this path, right? Like, there was nothing else for me to check. I think I can just port back. Oh, okay, so it lets you use Sanctuary? I don't know what the Sanctuary spell does. Neverwinter Nights Sanctuary. Okay, so it's like a kind of like an invisibility zone. Well, that's cool. I can finally get rid of this dumb ring though. much does it sell for? Not much at all. I think it's neater to hold on to than to sell. Even though, admittedly, I don't need a sanctuary spell. But it is neat. It's a neat item. I don't need a lot of that gear either. Like, never need white bone armor, because what I'm wearing is better than it or equivalent and lighter. It's everything about what but I can't. I know you can upgrade the weapons at some point. I don't know if you can upgrade the armor, because if you can, then like I want to hang on to them, you know, so that I can upgrade them at some point. Same with where's this? Yeah, let's put all of our upgradey stuff in this one chest bag, and then I don't know, throw like a journal and a key in here just to lower some weight. I should probably just clear out these quartz crystals. I don't think I need them for anything. I'm just storing like so many components. So many unnecessary components. Oh, we can sell those. For show. For shiggity show. These ward stones we don't need out here. Not more of this nonsense. Grimnosh gem. Body notch thing. Alright, that's all fine. It's all fine. I have another bounty I can turn in. Oh, I should read those crafting books to see what they do. Because we have the book of what? We have a book of whatever, ice, and the book of fire? No. Yeah, we have a book of ice, we have a book of fire, and we have the book of death. Right? Here's the one of ice. Calling forth the icy girth of death within the constraints of a spell too often results in the death of the caster and target alike. Yet, if the regent of death, in the case of the skeleton knuckle, is gripped within the strength of a quartz crystal, and then the spell Mage Armor is cast, the tendrils of death are redirected. This potent magic effect has been placed upon more than one amulet hung close to the wearer's heart, a ward to keep death at arm's length a while longer. So I'd have to be able to cast Mage Armor for that one. Tome of Death. Silk Gland is a substance known to augment and accentuate the capabilities of other regents, and is therefore quite popular amongst scholars of witchistry. The skeleton knuckle is a popular regent to combine with the gland because the solidifying boundaries between life and death cause brief flickers in existence, allowing the wielder to temporarily become invisible. However, when further empowered with the spell Improved Invisibility, the end result is much more stable and allows for the wielder to maintain more control over the boundaries of magic, life, and death. Alright, so I'd have to be able to cast Improved Invisibility to do that one. And then finally, the Tome of Fire. Quartz Crystal, spell Fireball. And then that would create a wand. So I don't think I have a means to cast any of those spells. Yeah, because the only things that I can cast are like cleric style spells. And I don't think those spells have any overlap. Oh, well. I can cast Burning Hands from a scroll. Maybe I can't. Why can I cast this one, but not this one? What is different about these scrolls? That's weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, and all of these are all cleric spells. Yeah. Okay. So there shouldn't be any qualms with me giving the books over. And I don't think I need to worry about being able to make any of the things either. Maybe we should catch some more minions up. Oh, Linu, why are you just diseased forever? There you go, girl. Kendrick, I found another bounty. It's Sturge's ear. Alright. So we have one more bounty. Or is it two more bounties? One or two more bounties before we trigger the last bounty. Let's get caught up on some other companions quests. So I've done 3. I've done his, and hers. Well, I haven't done hers because I haven't found the journal yet, but I'm at the point where if I find the journal, I can turn it in. I'm pretty sure that I have his stuff. Yeah, the story about how you come here and it's free, and I could use a good rogue. I just want to talk. Well, there's only so much to know about me, my lord. Tommy Undergallows be the most famous halfling rogue in all in Calimport, and that just about sums it up. Oh, I have my tales of treachery and deceit, the likes of which have been told to wide-eyed little Calimshite children for many years, but I doubt you'd be interested in that. Oh, go on, you know you want to tell me. Well, Tommy's had a bunch of friends and a bunch of enemies in his time. There's only one who's been both, my arch-nemesis, Samuel Bumbleheart. Sammy and I were pals, dating back to the good old days when we used to run wild through the streets as wee little urchins, stealing avocados and pinching purses. When I started to gain a bit of notoriety of my own, however, Sammy became a mite jealous, poor lad. Fame was always Sammy's thing. He always loved attention, ever since he did that striptease in the half-orc bar to keep from being pummeled. I've always thought he was a bit of a diva. No, not so much. It's a bit hard to pick a pocket when you have 20 suspicious eyes on you. Great with the lasses, though, I'll admit. Sammy was content for a while, but he'd get mad when folks always recognized me first. The guards would chase me down the street, and he'd complain, why didn't they chase me? Oh, he tried to show me up as a thief. Not being very good, however, it only landed him in prison, in Calimshan. That means you're as good as hung. I busted him out the first time, but that only embarrassed him. No good deed goes unpunished, you know, so Sammy had to take action. Well, the truth is, I didn't really mean to break him out. It was an accident. The kind that brings down half the prison and causes a mass escape. Happens all the time, trust me. I don't know why Sammy was so mad, really. He just seemed to lose it completely. And all the shouting and turning red in the face, it was just so sad. After all, he'd only broken a couple of legs. He could still walk, even if it was with a limp. Could I be held completely to blame? At any rate, Sammy decided enough was enough. It was time to ruin his best pal Tommy once and for all. Sammy came up with a plan. Not the brightest plan, I suppose. He never was much of a planner. His last plan, in fact, was a heist that ended up with him being left naked and cold on a ship to Maztica. Well, alright. I did forget to go pick him up, but it was his plan. The plan would be different, however, or so he thought. I'll have to tell you about it sometime. Why not tell me about it now, Tommy? You know, there's no reason you can't just tell me now. Righto, I was telling you about Sammy's big plan to ruin old Tommy, wasn't I? So Sammy concocts this plan to have Tommy thrown in prison, just like he'd been. He was going to steal the most fabulous gem in Calimsham, and I was to take the blame for it. If he could steal it, wouldn't that make him famous? I didn't say that Sammy was the smartest halfling on the block. In his mind, having me stuck in a Calimsham prison and ravaged daily by burly convict sailmates was worth almost any price. Ah, Sammy, maybe he still resented my stealing both his lady friends. Actually, I stole his wife, too. Nah, that was years and years before. Anyways, since Sammy wasn't so skilled, he had to get help. Ended up leveraging himself to a rather nasty elf by the name of Rhaegar. Rhaegar was good. He was also the meanest rogue at Calimshan, and Sammy had to practically become his servant to get him to agree. Rhaegar was also a pretty good pal of mine, though Sammy didn't know that. Thing was, I'd already been planning to heist that jewel myself all along. When Rhaegar tipped me off to Sammy's plan, I laughed so hard, just about peed my britches. Well, he was a fella to pity at times. Once I remember I left Sammy in the dark bazaar by accident. He showed up 3 days later, pitch white and devoid of hair. Those were the days. I did the only thing I could, of course. I made a plan of my own and went ahead with the heist. Until the night of the heist, I didn't let on that I knew what Sammy was up to. He acted all innocent, of course, didn't say a word to me, even told me to get lost. It was quite a ruse, I tell you. But I saw through it all. He was no friend of mine, after all. He had become my arch-nemesis. Exactly, like a cunning serpent, he had hidden himself as my friend. Never would I have suspected simple Sammy, the childhood pal I had de-pantsed in front of the Molokai Girls' Choir. Still, I'd only wanted to teach Sammy a lesson. What happened to him the night of the heist was quite tragic. Anyways, you'll tell me later. You'll tell me now. The rest of the jewel heist. I suppose you've been a fine friend. I can tell you about it. The gem we were after was no other than the fabled Star of Calimshan. It's not the most valuable ruby in the land, but certainly one of the more notorious. According to legend, the Pashas of Calimshan gifted it to their wives on their wedding night, and the stone glows from within, filled with the tears of their lost innocence, or so the story goes. My daring plan, and Sammy's, was to pluck this stone from the depths of the royal palace, from the very chambers of the Sil Pasha's wife herself. Why steal it if it wasn't? The ruby's value is more than the fame one would get. The Sil Pasha would never rest until he captured whoever was responsible for its theft. At any rate, the night came. Sammy and Rhaegar stole into the palace ahead of me, with Sammy having no idea of my presence. Rhaegar left a trail that was quite easy to follow. I remember being impressed at the time that things were going so well. No guards alerted, no problems whatsoever. I thought maybe Sammy's foul luck had finally turned for once. Well, of course, Sammy tripped over a fold in the carpet and took a spill into a suit of armor. It fell over into 2 others, and the resulting clatter would have woken Nebuchadnezzar's dead brother-in-law. Poor Rhaegar turned white as a virgin's dainty bottom when he saw the horde of soldiers charging down the hall. He leapt out the window, without first considering that we were over the lion pit, poor fella. Well, what happened to Sammy? The guards ran past the pile of armor, didn't even think to look for a small halfling buried under there. Lucky for Sammy. Anyway, give old Sammy some credit for stubbornness. He climbed out from under that armor and still came for the ruby. Found me plucking it from the pedestal, in fact. He was surprised to see me, to say the least. I decided to give him a piece of my mind, as I recall. Why, Sammy, I said, why did you betray me? I've never done anything to you. I never got to hear his response, oddly. He just turned all purple and his eyes bulged out and he spluttered a lot like some rather outraged kobold. The guards ran in just then, and it was pandemonium. There was fighting and screaming and running. Last I remember, I dived into the sea and woke up 3 days later on a freighter bound for Tharsilt. Want to hear the funny part? For all that Sammy was a terrible thief. He was a wonderful pickpocket, stole the ruby off me. He did, and I had nothing to show for all of that. Not sure exactly. I heard he ended up on a slave ship and somehow got sold to one of the high captains in Luskan, poor sod. I'd like to track down that ruby one of these. It'd still be worth it to make me famous. I have it. That's fine. It's more than enough. Oh, I also want you to level up. You got some sweet new gear, Tommy. Yep. Go. Alright. Let's find out what Dalen wants. Yep. You're here. Continue. I could use you. Level up. Yeah, I just want to talk, man. There are no great secrets about me. I am what I am. My father was an orc, my mother was an Uthgard of the Red Tiger tribe. I know nothing of my father. My mother would never speak of him, but I was raised among the Red Tiger tribe and the customs and traditions of Uthgard people. I do not know what more I can tell you. We Uthgard are a simple but noble people. We hunt the herds and live off the land. We worship the gods of our ancestors and the totems of our tribes. I'm actually listening to the Legend of Driss series again on audiobook. I've read it, and I've listened to it. I'm listening to it again. And I just got past the part where they run into a tribe of Uthgard barbarians, but they were not of the Red Tiger. They were of the Sky Ponies. Live off the land, ancestor totems of our tribes. Some of the cities fear us. They call us bloodthirsty savages, but they are ignorant of our ways. We are fierce warriors of great courage and honor, even if they do not understand. I will not lie, I was never allowed to forget my father's tainted orc blood, yet if the tribe didn't embrace me, at least they tolerated me. Like the other young boys of our tribe, I ran and climbed and swam and grew strong, learned to hunt and fish. I learned the lore of our tribe, and most importantly, I learned the honor of a warrior. With my mother's death, the time came for me to prove myself worthy of the tribe. I left in search of glory and honor in the outside world. To prove my spirit was true, I went to Luskan. It was the closest city to our tribe, though I knew nothing of its foul, rotten character. If I had, I would not have gone. Yep, they're not pleasant. You'll tell me later. And now is later. There's no honor to be found in the wretched city. At first, I found a warm welcome. Half-orcs are accepted there as nowhere else, and I quickly found work as a soldier serving one of the high captain rulers of the city. So the thing about Luskan is Luskan's a pretty corrupt city. They have guards, but they also are home to the host tower of the wizards, and the wizards are the real power of the city. So, like, guard captains and things rise through the ranks because of favor they earned with the wizards, not from the city's like figureheads. So there's also a real seedy underbelly along the docks where sailors and thieves and whatnot make their living. Calimsham is probably worse though. That's like a city just outwardly run by thief guilds, basically. It was bloody, brutal work. Soldiers from different factions were always battling in the streets. Many men died by my hand during my weeks there. I killed them because I was paid to kill them, because they served in a different master. There was no honor in these battles, only senseless, shameful death. You don't understand. All the killing, all the bloodshed, I liked it. It stirred my soul. Each morning I could taste the coming battles, feel the rush of combat in my veins. I reveled in the slaughter, like an animal, like a beast. It fed the dark taint of my father's orc blood, and left a stain on my soul. I do not know how far I would have fallen had fate not intervened and saved me from myself. My fury in battle earned me a promotion, and I was sent to the Luskan flesh markets to guard the slaves in their stockades. My first night at the stockades, the guards brought a new batch of slaves. Among them was an old man, naked and feeble. I recognized the tattoos on his face as the markings of an Uthgard holy man. I did not know him, he was from another tribe, but seeing him brought in, hands shackled behind his back, brought shame crashing down on me. At first I did nothing. The old man looked at me as he passed, and I saw in his eyes he knew I was of the Uthgardt, and he knew what I had become. Without warning, the old man threw himself at the nearest guard, a foolish gesture of defiance, for he was still shackled and bound. He was knocked to the floor, and the guards began to beat him. My world vanished beneath a veil of blood-red rage. When I came to my senses, I stood bathed in gore. The other guards in the stockade all lay dead. And what about the old man? The old man lay bleeding on the floor, stabbed by one of the guards during the fight. As I crouched over him, I saw his wounds were fatal. He gazed up to me and spoke in a voice choked with blood, "Free the others." With my axe, I hacked away the chains of the other slaves. Once they had all fled into the night, I returned to the old man's side. "Go," he said with his dying breath. I could do nothing for him, so I fled before my actions were discovered. I left Luskan that night, a man saved by himself. Alright, well, you did what you had to, man. Don't worry about it. Can't deny my father's blood, can only hope to overcome this blight so that I may someday prove my spirit worthy of the Uthgardt. Only then will my tribe will welcome me back. Until then, this is my burden. What do you mean, one of many? Is now the right time? Recover my mother's brooch. Perhaps you can help me with that. I was not completely honest with you. My mother's death was a violent one. She was brutally slain in a bandit raid on our camp, and I have vowed not to return to my tribe until I avenge her murderer. I was out hunting. The raiders hid and waited for us to leave, then they sneaked in with the advantage of numbers. My tribe was outnumbered, nearly 2 to 1, but they managed to drive the attackers off. 3 of our warriors fell, as did my mother. Do you remember when I told you my vision quest, how my mother's brooch would bring me dreams to guide my quest? Last night I had a dream. I dreamed a terrible axe dripping blood from its notched blade. It was the weapon used to slay her. If I can find the axe, I will know I have found her killer. But I believe I will not abandon. Don't worry, we'll find the axe. Okay, so I don't have the axe. Yes, go. What's up, Sharwin? Alright, well, let's see. I learned the majority of my trade from Danon, my partner and my love. It was he who took me away from Neverwinter and my family. We were a team, a singing duo who earned our keep in taverns, traveling from town to town along the Sword Coast. We would camp off the roads, and I would listen in awe as Danon told me the old legends by the firelight. So why aren't you with him now? An excellent question. At the time, I didn't think anything could separate us. It turned out that those times were the best. I should have cherished them more, for things were quickly about to get much worse. The fateful day came when we crossed into Om in the south. We received a rather sudden and unexpected invitation to sing before one of the wealthiest courts in Athkatla. I'm not familiar with Athkatla. Well, Danon was positive that our long months of playing in taverns caught someone's attention and that we were being rewarded. Myself, I was hesitant. I was not so sure of our abilities, so questioning the motives behind the invitation was far easier. I urged Danon to ignore the invitation, but naturally he would have none of it. It was the beginning of the end for us, really, though I did not know it. Perhaps it is a story I shall tell you. No, let's talk about it now. Alright, how about now then? Yes, we went. I had a sense of foreboding. The city of Coin lived up to its name. It was a golden, bustling place, rivaled even the great Waterdeep. The palace we arrived at was larger than any building I had ever seen. Danon assured me that we would find our fortune here. There. and for a while I thought he might be right. We were to play before the fabulously wealthy Lord and Lady Oneris. Oneris? It all seemed well. So what went wrong? Nothing went wrong at first. Danny and I were pampered and prepared for our performance. It went off without any problems. We sang in a great hall before several hundred nobles. It still takes my breath away to think about it. The applause for our duet was thunderous. I remember being exhilarated and pleased as Danon was. It was then that the Lord and Lady Oneris came to greet us in person. Lord Oneris was a fat, simple man who seemed bored. The lady, however, she was an exotic beauty, violet eyes, elfin features, an astounding gown. Every man watched as she passed. You're not so bad yourself. You can imagine, she had a presence, and Danon, of course. I asked why we were invited, ignored me, and fawned over Danon, saying how she had spotted him in a lovely tavern in Baragos and wanted to meet him. I had been in Baragos too, of course, but I was completely ignored. She cooed over Danon, and he was flushed with pleasure at the attention. He agreed readily to a year-long contract to perform. Uh-oh. Bad tidings. I was not happy about it. Danon calmed me later and assured me there was nothing to worry about. Nothing could have been further from the truth. Perhaps. I fought for Danon, but things weren't as they seemed. Okay, well, how are they then? She fawned over Danon, but he'd assured me there was nothing to fear. Yep, that's what you just said. Well, we were bound by contract now to perform, so we did. We did so well, too. It was not long before we were the toast of Athkatla, praised by Lord and Lady Oneris at every turn. Oneris? Oneris? See, it could be a play on onerous, like a burdensome task, you know? You know what I'm saying? You maybe know what I'm saying. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Anyways. Nobles showered us with attention and gifts at every turn. Everyone wanted us to perform for them next. I was a bit dazzled by it all. I was concerned. Lady Oneris continued to lavish attention on Danon. She called him into private performances without me, and he was spellbound despite my efforts to distract him. Leave him? I couldn't conceive of such a thing. He was my world, and the longer I spent without him, the lonelier I felt. Desperate and angry, I accused Danon of succumbing to her lust. He denied it angrily, and I believed him, almost. After one of our largest concerts, I followed Danon as he left the stage, used what magic I knew to disguise myself, avoiding the servants and keeping pace with him. I felt terribly guilty for the deception, hoping against hope that my suspicions were for naught. Of course, I was disappointed. I watched invisibly as Danon made his rendezvous with Lady Oneris, laying fevered kisses upon her and saying how every minute they were apart was excruciating. Alright. I should have left. If I had any sense, I would have. I was young and in love, however, and that leaves no room for sense. In my shock, I must have dropped my spell, for the Lady Oneris spotted me. She did not care. She only laughed lightly and pointed me out to Danon. He merely looked at me and smiled. I merely stood there dumbfounded as Danon called me a foolish little girl, pathetic even. Not only did he prefer Lady Oneris, but he had never loved me. I fled, their mocking laughter ringing in my ears. I fled. That's horrible. Yes, I was devastated. As I said, however, things were not as they seemed. I found out much later that Oneris's beauty was the result of an enchantment, a glamour. She had spellbound Danon in a literal sense. I've also discovered that a lock of Nymph's hair will break her spell. Danon will be released and her glamour will end. She will revert to her natural appearance, old and fat, or so I hear. Are you sure that Danon is still with her? Yes, so the story goes. At any rate, he has been famous bard in Athkatla, for years, and she is still his patron, a fairy tale that will end one day. Everyone should be allowed their little illusions, perhaps. I admit that it would give me some small satisfaction to remove her spell once and for all. All it takes is finding that nymph's hair. One day, perhaps I shall discover some. We'll find it, girl. But until then, I'd like you to level up. Hey, you got a sweet look about you. Anyways, I think I'd be better on my own. Alright, so now we're all cut up on our companions, and we know that we need a lock of Nymph's hair, an axe, and a journal. Yeah, so that's good. Let's go turn in those books. I'm surprised I've only found 2 items, though. It seems like I should have found another one. I guess let's make sure that there isn't... that I didn't miss one in a place I can't go. Although I don't know if the companions items definitely show up here. There was a weird axe on the body of one of the guys in the contest. And now I'm worried that it was the one for this. Dalen Red Tiger, Chapter 2. Oh, it was that axe that was in... I don't know if I can get back in there. That's not good. Let's go find out. I don't really need to go this way right now, but I don't know if I can get back in that dungeon. Or what I did. I don't think I picked it up, because if I had picked it up, it would have... Oh, hello, Solomon.
Hey, Fred. I think you better stop looking into this code business.
Okay, well, Solomon has now warned me. I'm tempted, because it's night, to try finding that other wolf. I don't know what map he's in. Presumably over in Neverwinter Wood. But they said that he would be near like villages, right? Or campsites. Oh. Who's all this then? Oh, jeez. Oh, this is that guy that was in the inn who wanted all my information on the cult. Alright, I guess we'll take another one of these and deal with these guards. I hope I can still get into the dungeon. He's almost gone. He's almost done. So it's just a regular Warhammer, some gold, and nothing else. Alright, well fine then. What a jerk. I thought he was alright. Alright. I have some concerns that I won't be able to get down here. But maybe I will. I don't know. Ah, oh, dang it. Alright, so what Well, maybe it's research for another time. I was hoping maybe it would show up because it's in an area I can't get to anymore. I was hoping maybe it would show up in the divining pool, but maybe that only shows up mandatory things. And I don't think I can sell them, so I don't think I sold them to this guy, but I just wanted to double check as well. No. It was a great axe that just had a different art asset that looked like a shorter axe. Well, dang it. I done ruined it. I'll see if I can find a way around it, because I really do want to I just want to read all their stories. Well, did I miss anyone else's? Linu, where's yours? So I did miss it, presumably, but hers isn't lost. Because you can just go back to it. Okay. Well, fine then. But it's just in a troll cave off the east road. There's no troll cave here. So I miss looting a corpse in one of the troll caves. And then the Nymphair is probably in the Neverwinter Woods. Because that makes sense. Yeah, we don't need to spend the gold. We were just going to go to this map anyway. You know? We were just going to go to this map anyway. Know what I'm saying? Oh, that's the north road. So hers is somewhere off the east road. Which is where we need to go anyway. So that's all well and good. But I can turn in some more books, so let's do that. Geez, I have just so many things that can access her store now. So many things. Golden Circlet? Immunity to mind affecting spells. And it looks like it would match my stuff a little better. That one's pretty good. Belt of the Guiding Light. Immunity to death magic. You do sell the better Nymph Cloak, but it's, if anything, more garish than the one I already am wearing. Why would you do such a thing? What other cloaks do you have? Protection. Okay. On the road again. I can't wait to be on the road again. Okay, so in one of these troll caves should be the quest item for Linu. So let's try and find that. Because I don't want to miss yet another companion quest item. It seemed like I had found them all the items, but at least I know all I have to do is check the corpse items. So there's that at least. Alright, so where's the going down from this level? It's over this way. That wagon is not full. Since he was looking for an ancient civilization, you'd think that he would be in the archaeologist's cave. Alright, we're looking for lootable corpses. Apparently I missed one. Oh, hold on. Let's go check back in these two rooms before we head deeper. Let's make sure that we're a little methodical about this. Okay, there's a corpse off in the corner by itself. Could have been missed, but it wasn't. Alright, so that's to some shallower caves. And that's to nothing. And then there were a couple there was a lootable corpse down here somewhere. Yes. So that one I've picked up. And this one is to shallow caves. Let's go check out these shallow caves real quick. There's another corpse that I suppose could have been missed, but wasn't. I guess I should be mindful of remains too, because if Linu cast her AoE spell, she sometimes accidentally destroys containers. Oh, there's another corpse over there. But there aren't any corpses that you can loot over here? Okay. Did I miss this one? Maybe. Probably not, because it says human body, which is different than... Which hers would have been an elf, right? So that's probably not it. Alright. Well, we know we weren't as thorough as we thought we were, because we already found one item that we missed looting before. Alright, so that's deeper into the caves and that's deeper into the caves, but we haven't checked the other half yet, so let's go do that. Let's make sure there isn't something hidden behind these walls. No, okay. It's all well and good. Okay, so there's a bunch of chests and crates and things. So what's over here? Some remains that we failed to grab. Okay, so that's just deeper, and that's the exit. That's an exit to the surface. Oh, there's another corpse in this little hallway. I don't know if I went in this hallway. Or if I did, I don't, like, it was quick, right? Yep. There it is. Oh, let's read the journal first, I guess. Holds personal thoughts of elven archaeologist. Okay, it doesn't tell me anything specific. I found this journal. I thought it would be easier than this. I knew he was, but it still hurts. It's all my fault. You must leave me before my bad luck kills you too. I wish I could believe. I don't know what I wish. I just need some time, but thank you for your words. My heart will heal in time. I must tell you something. As our friendship goes, so will the power of the pendant I gave you. I think you shall find it stronger now than before. Alright. Well, at least we closed that loose end. So now it gives me dark vision. Maybe it always did, but now it's Dex +3. And that's pretty good. Now we can exit to the surface. So now I just have to figure out if there's a way that I can get the axe. God, I should have been more mindful. I could tell there was something weird about it when I saw it. And I was just like, I don't need a non-magical great axe. And it didn't even dawn on me that because it had a different art ad set, that it probably was something special. If I had caught up my companion quests before I had gone and done it, then I would have known. Alright, so this is the way we need to go, because we need to head toward Neverwinter. Still not sure where the last wolf is. But the quest made it sound like I would have to do it at night. Oh, wait. Here he is. Okay, this time apparently I'm supposed to ask them for the location before I give them the thing. How did you become like this? This brought me out here with some of my friends. He wanted us to help kill a werewolf. Do you know where I can find? Okay, well, he still didn't tell me about where Carathis was. So, you know, there's that. It's a bummer, because I might actually use Dalen's amulet. Well, until I get an amulet of health, probably. You don't know. Alright, well, we found Neverwinter Wood. This is presumably where we'll find the nymph to get the lock of hair. This is also, there should be another bounty out here. There's also the Druid quest, another book. The Book of Resonance, I believe, should be out here. But the books are hard to miss because they got big glowy containers. Alright, just making sure we're getting our map coverage. Let's go check out this little camp. Is there anyone here? I mean, there's a guy over there. Ooh, a bunch of gold in there. I'll talk to him in a bit. I'm still exploring. Elgar? And Jankin. Elgar and Jankin. Oh, the Archdruid that we need to talk to. Let's go talk to him. Yep. This is a druid grove. Here, those who truly revere nature gather to discuss, contemplate, to learn, and even challenge nature. Usually there are more of us, but several of our members have gone missing. What do you mean? Until recently, this wood is a relatively peaceful place. The nymphs of the wood protected the creatures, and the natural order reigned. But now, something has gone terribly wrong. The creatures have become overly aggressive, attacking anyone they lay eyes on, including those who are considered friends of nature. You mean rangers and druids are being attacked? We can't seem to communicate with the animals. It's like their minds have been driven mad. They simply want to destroy. I think something must be wrong with the spirit of the wood. The spirit of the wood can use those who live in the wood to protect its existence. Now it is attacking even those who would be its protectors. I do not know what is wrong with the spirit, but it is obvious that it is using the creatures to strike out at anything foreign. I need someone to find out what is wrong. Oh, it's like the forest has cancer. You know? You know what I'm saying? But it is obvious that it's using the creatures to strike out at anything. Alright, I think I can handle that. Yeah, I will do my best, man. Second is to find the missing druids. Okay. The missing Orlane, Bree, and Tanari. Okay. Where were these last seen? They entered the deep woods, and that is the last anyone's seen of them. Alright, well that's all I need. I'm gonna keep checking out your camp, though. Because of course I am. What you doing out here, lady? What's been going on around here? Yep, insane animals. Okay, so this is the challenging thing is for druids only. Gotcha. That's fine. That's cool. I don't need to be part of the challenge club. So is that what I would need to do for any of these people? They all just repeat the druid woes and then I could challenge them? Is that the idea? That's probably the idea, right? Tell me about yourself. Second in command, but I got tired of responsibility. How does that work? Defender of the Druid Circle. Alright. Animals have attacked. Can I challenge it? Druids may challenge. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so you just have the same stuff to say. Gotcha. And that man is sleeping. That's fine. Alright, so there's a little nook back here. Oh, Wyvern. What's up, Wyvern? Must I help you? I think I have to bring you in, Wyvern. That's not true. You're trying to ambush me, eh, Wyvern? Guessed. It was nothing personal. I thought you might be a bounty hunter looking to kill me and take back to that hellish dungeon. Why were you in prison? I was born in a forest to the east. My father was a ranger of some renown, and he taught me to love the forest and all the creatures in it. Life was idyllic, though it did not last. Men came to the forest, human mercenaries on leave from their employ with the lord of the human lands west of the forest. They burned part of the forest, slaughtered the animals for sport, and crucified my father on a tree. When my father did not return, my mother went to search for him. I found her dead. She had been brutalized before they killed her. My father still lived and had watched helpless as my mother was killed. He died in my arms, and I swore vengeance. I hunted them down one by one. I found them and killed them. I killed their families. I killed their dogs and their horses. Stupid beast. Alright, that's a little intense, right? I was betrayed by one of my own, a ranger who they hired from the west. He tracked me down, would not listen to reason. He talked of innocents killed and vengeance gone too far. 'Cause he's right, man. You went too far. No. I think you went too far, too. Ooh, some fancy new armor, too, huh? Alright, well, we'll find out what that does soon enough. Alright, so we got the last of our bounties. Guess we'll find out what he was keeping at his camp. A Finger of Death spell. Come on, dear, get out of the way. Oh, jeez. Alright, nothing else down here. Alright, so we have this corner and then we have the bridge. And then I don't know, maybe I'll actually manage to get in a little Final Fantasy tonight. I don't know. We'll see. What I should do is get to bed early. I got a lot of work to make sure I get done this week before I go out of town. And it's hard to get work done if you're tired. Alright. Yep. Oh. Linu, we've talked about this overkill. Oh, I don't... Oh, that's kind of neat. The tree takes damage. What's causing the rage? I don't know. It just fills me. Do you know what I might do to stop it? Hasn't been here in a while. It doesn't travel by here now. I don't know why. Maybe if you could find someone whose mind isn't affected by the spirit's power, who wouldn't be affected. I never go far from my tree. You're the ones free to roam around. You should know these things. You're so stupid. I should, never mind. Perhaps the druids could help, or the nymphs, or even the witch. Why would the nymphs? They might not. I'm sorry. I don't know. What about the witch? Zatera, the witch of the wood. She comes here sometimes. She is bad and wants to eat me. No, wait, she is good and she helps me. Oh, I wish I could think clearly. You must be careful when you deal with Zatera, though. She's had a hard time dealing with people. It's because of her face. She used to be beautiful. She won't talk to you because you're evil. You can trust me. The witch Zatera. But you might be able to trick... her looks restored. One day one of the nymphs told me she had something that made people think they were beautiful. I don't know any more than that, but you might be able to trick. I don't like doing tricks. Okay. So the dryad did her thing. Alright, well, there's a bunch of angry animals. Oh, I thought maybe they were going to leave me alone for a second. All right. What's this headstone say? Here lies Ken, beloved of Henna, one with the spirit. Okay. Did I talk to Henna? There was a Henna in the grove. There's nothing over. Let's go check that other corner before we head this way. You know what I'm saying about checking corners? Found you could see around corners. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. What is this? Entrance to the nymph home. All right. Well, we need a lock of nymphs hair, right? For old Sharwin. also the nymph might be able to help. Do we have to break this down? Like, oh, there's a nymph slave, huh? It doesn't look like this nymph has been unaffected. You know? Okay, where's the nymph? Are any of these druids the druids we need to save? Oh, we're fighting pixies? Yeah, I don't want to fight pixies. Well, I'm entangled. Presumably they drop a bunch of... Oh, God, I got tangled again. How long does this spell frickin' last? It's ridiculous. Oh, there was more than one spell going. Gotcha. So, they're dropping fairy dust. I don't know what I need fairy dust for exactly. But I guess we'll grab some of it. I don't think we need this, though, to upgrade the items. I think they don't require a material component for the upgrade. I think they just get upgraded. You just pay for them to be upgraded or something. But we'll check, I guess. Alright, so we have a nymph ranger slave and a nymph slave and another druid slave. I think they would have named them if any of them were the person we needed to find. So maybe I'm okay to go clear out the other rooms. I don't know. Okay, so here's the nymph. Yeah? How is this possible? Of course not. I'm looking away to help the spirit. I'm so sorry. I was certain that you... Oh, I don't know why I thought that now. There's nothing I could do to make up for this. How is that possible? How long have you been having trouble? A couple of weeks ago, I was down by the river watching the fish jump. When I felt the presence of danger, I looked around and scrambled up the bank and into the grove of trees. I couldn't see anything, yet the fear kept growing. Suddenly, there was a scream in my mind. I felt like someone had stabbed a dagger into my brain. I was overcome by the power, and I fell to the ground unconscious. When I woke up, the fear was still there, and the sense that the whole forest was in pain. It was the spirit I have been sensing its pain and fear ever since that day. It is constantly screaming for help. It is all I can do to keep my sanity. Yeah, no, I understand. I don't think that's possible. Spirit is a creature of life and death. Only he can enter the portal to the other realm. There must be a way. The portal is in a pool below a waterfall, but finding it won't help you. It won't help anyone. Well, several have tried, but no, that's not a good solution. Forget it. The spirit is the only one who could do so successfully. There was a druid a long time ago who claimed he had figured out how to enter the spirit's realm. He said he had been studying it for years and had finally pieced it together. He didn't tell me how he was going to enter, but I was curious, so I followed him. He went to the pool and built an altar. Then he did the strangest thing. He took out a dagger and plunged it into his own chest. His body slipped below the surface of the water, but when I went over to the pool, it was gone. Maybe he made it to the realm, but if he was dead when he got there, I'm not sure it was worth it. Others have tried through the years, but their bodies just lay there decomposing. Well, most of the others. A dwarf came here a few weeks ago. He was fierce and mean and seemed immune to my charms. He asked me about the dagger that the druid had used to kill himself. I don't know how he knew about the druid, but I kept the dagger as a keepsake. I gave it to him. I never saw the dwarf again, but shortly before everything started going wrong in the forest, I found the dagger in front of the altar. I need that dagger. Somewhere in my house, though, if you look around. Is there anything else? What do you know about the witch? Alright. Did I need to kill her, though, to get the thing for Sharwin? We have the dagger. We have the mirror, which is the thing that should trick the wind, the spirit of the wood. Or not the witch, I mean. The musty old tome appears to be the type of book that was written and never read. One page. This could mean that if one stood in the pool below the waterfall and somehow died, one could reappear alive in the spirit realm. Okay, well that's what we were all talking about, right? Well, as much as I would like to stop looting since I found the thing. Okay, so either you get it from curing the spirit and she's grateful, or it's just in this house somewhere. Or you had to kill her. But it seems unlikely that you would have to kill her since you can come to a peaceable solution. None of the other companion items required you to make a certain choice to do it. They all just required you to find it. Like the guy in the gauntlet with the item that I missed, I didn't have the option to not fight him. He was just aggressive until death, so I don't think that was what's what. Some magic armor.
It's difficult to carry.
And now my pack isn't too heavy. Oh, well, at least now everyone is docile.
Yes. What do you want?
Well, I missed out on some looting and some experience by talking to the druid, or the nymph, before fighting everyone. But that seems like the right thing to do.
All right, dear. I'm getting to it.
Seems like this is a fair trade. There's nothing there. We got a couple of rooms. Okay. Okay, I believe you. Jump in the line. Rock your body on time.
All right, dear. I'm getting to it. All done.
Okay, so I looted all that stuff. Okay. Good, good.
Yes. What do you want? All right, dear. I'm getting to it. Yeah.
Is the nymph hair not in here? This seems like it has to be where the nymph hair is. Right?
All done.
I mean, there's still some rooms I haven't gone in, but...
All done.
I might look up whether you have to fight her or if you get it from the from just completing this quest, maybe, or if it's somewhere else in the forest. It's got to be in the forest somewhere, though, right?
All done.
This is probably small, right? Okay, so the little pixies you have to fight regardless. I see. So many spells.
All right, dear. I'm getting to it. All done.
Just a sapphire, eh? Oh, I don't know if I really want to carry more of these things. They take up so much space. There's so many. I guess I could look up what they do. Carry them for now, because I also probably don't need those slat tongues either. And if they're not useful for anything, I'll sell them. And clear out a bunch of space in my bag. Oh, hello, Terrari. Debt of honor. I only wish I had gotten further on my mission to save the spirit. How far did you get? I didn't get very far. I thought that the animals were not communicating. The nymphs might be a good source of information. They may be flighty, but I thought they would have strong enough minds to resist the madness. I came to this house first, and since I had known this particular nymph in the past, she seemed very pleased to see me, eager even. I was hoping to get some information without, well, going into her house. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a part of me was wondering why she never actually used my name, even though we had known each other for a while. It seemed odd. Unfortunately, I was not thinking clearly. I guess I was just certain that I could handle anything she tried. When we got into her house, she suggested that I get undressed, and while I was doing that, she cast a spell on me. Next thing I knew, I was locked in here, unable to escape. The nymph hasn't harmed me, she just won't let me go. Before she enters the room, she casts some kind of spell, and I wake up later with no memories. Man, are you getting roofied? What have you learned? There's madness affecting the wood. Now, before it casts a spell, nymph did mention the spirit hasn't been. Tell me about this pool. No living creature can get through it. Try the others, see if they know more. Witch. Yep. Yeah. Alright, well, we found one druid. Then is there anything to loot in here? No. This is just a big open room. Well, that didn't go very well, did it?
Yes. What do you want?
Well, I kind of wish that walking on that trap didn't kill 3 people, you know? But what are you gonna do? Ah, there's the lock of nymph's hair. So we're all done except for Dalen's, which we can't get by the looks of it. There's a chance that when we progress far enough, it'll show up in the divining pool, or we could try using a console command to give it to ourselves potentially.
Yes.
Yeah, go, man.
Yes. What do you want?
Yeah, get out of here. That's what I'm saying. Alright, so we freed a bunch of slaves. Oh, I need to go get what's her face again? Oh, and I can turn in that quest. Oh, and I can sell some stuff. Yep. All good things. I've had some success. I found Geth. So Krath is at large, as does the task yet remains to track them both. You will, of course, be rewarded once this is done, I assure you. Krathus escaped. Okay, well. If you think I'll do it. I don't think I need these anymore. I think it's become quite clear that I will not be able to cast those spells. Or make things with cleric spells, I mean. So let's just clear some stuff up. Ring of the Rogue. I don't need that either. Banded +3. That's pretty good. I don't need it though. Identify. Oh, this one's got some resistances on it. That might be worth hanging on to. This, however, is not. Alright, and those all do different things. And those are all part of that trio. Alright, so then more potions that I don't need, more spells that I don't need, some sapphires and some thieves' tools. Okay, so that's everything there. I guess let's head back to the woods. Because it seems like we're getting close to being done with these woods. And I think I gotta go back to that cave. Because the note had said that he was going to stay gone until the boys were dealt with. And since I've dealt with the boys, presumably he will return to that cave to exile himself. At least that's what it seemed like. What's his plan? Oh, we got some sort of cave over here. Alright. Just generically labeled cave, so we don't know what's in that cave. We'll check it out in a second. Let's finish our map coverage real quick. There's a boar and a crate and some stones. Oh, it's an ambush of animals. Just some wine. And some gold. Alright, so there's just this little center area to check out. And then the cave, and then we could go deeper into the woods. Yeah, I know, just a bunch of fenberries. I don't think I can do anything with those components. I should have just not bothered picking them up. In reality. Yeah, okay, so nothing new. We've already gone down there. Alright, let's check out this cave. Caves. It's an eder cap and some cocoons, so it's a spidery cave. Come on, he's got to be close enough. Yeah. I ain't scared of you, eder cap. I know. Full plate is heavy, I get it. That looks like full plate plus 2 as well. And that looks great with the greater Mask of Persuasion, which I was just about talking myself out of buying to see if I could just buy the Chapter 3 versions of stuff if I save all my money. If I can manage to beat this chapter without doing that, you know? Then I'd have a bunch of money ready for Chapter 3. God, it's amazing how different it is fighting dire spiders now from when I was in Chapter 1. It was like an epic battle, but then... Oh, what is this shield? It looks cool. I don't know if it's cool, but it looks cool. Where did it end up? Alright, move that out of the way. And do that. I hope it's good. I mean, the shield I have now is pretty good, but I hope the shield I just picked up is good. Because it looks interesting. Alright, this just has another cap gland? Yeah. And I already looted both those cocoons. That much I remember. A sword spider and a Doya spider. More spiders. And now I'm held. I believe in you, Linu. All right. That looks like the way we're supposed to go, right? So we should check this way first. I assume we're gonna find one of the druids in here, right? It's like, why else would they send us in here? Alright, can this remove your slow moving? Looks like it. Even though it wasn't technically a disease, right? It was from poison. God, cleave is such a great skill. Linu, don't go running after those spiders yet. We'll get to it. Really, you can't even get to those spiders yet. Those spiders were the ones that were around here. You're so crazy. Really? I got caught on the edge of the web? Well, at least he was kind enough to come to me. Oh, but I'm not close enough to loot that cocoon. All right. The witch has another one of those gems, right? That, what's his face needs, right? Yes, the witch. All right. So we should be able to get that from her with the mirror. It makes you think you're beautiful. Well, we definitely don't need a periaptive wisdom +1 because we have a +3. Well, nothing like a little drinking in a spider cave. I keep expecting one of these corpses to give like some sort of symbol of a druid, so that because they can't all be just fine, right? Like, we're not gonna just find them all. One of them's gonna have like fallen somewhere, surely. Oh, maybe this wraps around. Look at that, it wraps around. So Linu, presumably to get to these, was going to run all the way around. Gosh, he's sharp. Linu, #1 henchman. Oh, there's a queen spider, eh? Well, we'll save before we deal with the queen spider, I guess. Alright, let's see these things all come to me. Linu, you attracted the attention of the queen spider. You weren't supposed to do that.
Victory will be ours!
Okay, well, you tried, at least. Oh, feeding chamber. That's probably where one of the druids is, right? Almost certainly. I'm not worried about you, queen spider. But you know what? Just in case I am worried about you, let's do that. And let's do some divine might. Yeah, we're doing all kinds of damage to your shield and still hurting you. This is great. Things are going real well for us. Alright, now your protection is gone. All the damage is going to you. I got a real high armor class now, so at least I'm taking less damage. Alright, that's good. He's not dead. He was just wrapped up. I thought I was dead for sure. I'm glad I was able to find you down here. My name is Orlane. I was sent to rescue you. So how'd you get captured? Sent to find out why the creatures were attacking. Tried talking to a deer in one clearing, but the poor thing's mind was so confused it attacked me. It came right at me, and I tried to dodge, but it caught me in the side with the hoof. It reared up to strike me again, but then suddenly I turned and ran off. I got up to try and follow, but then I heard a soft chittering sound behind me. I turned around. Before I even saw what was happening, something soft with long hairy legs and mandibles leapt on top of me. I didn't even know what it was at first. It felt like the thing bit me, and suddenly the entire world started to spin. Next thing I knew, I was in here all wrapped up. Did you learn anything? Enters, exits the wood through a pool. Hasn't been seen in a while. Alright, so now... So how'd you... Oh, okay, now we're coming back on it. Alright. So Druid number 2 found. And eventually I'll have to go get Linu. But I guess let's finish off this cave. Cloak of Protection +3. Oh, but I'll lose a plus on that. Would it actually make a difference on my AC? No, because I have other pluses. Ah, but it looks so much nicer. A nice blue. Alright. Well, let's throw the purple back on because it's just better for us. Because we already have enough pluses on other things to counteract the cloak's pluses. Oh, we got some more spiders and ettercaps. See if we can get out of this. Yeah, great. Bunch of cocoons. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. I thought for sure we were going to find a dead druid in one of these cocoons, but instead we found a live druid in one of the cocoons. That's much better. And our stock of Cure Critical Wounds potions has really gone up. Oh, we got more spiders to fight? Oh, I need to do some bag management. Or maybe I'll just go back to get Linu and sell some excess stuff. Yeah, let's go get Linu. What's this do? It's just a large shield +2. Well, we'll go ahead and sell that. And that. And that. Wand of Fear, eh? We can sell that. Sell this +1. One faux show. Oh, right, I wanted to find out what this does. Oh, it's +3 against goblinoids. And normally a +1, but it also gives me dark vision. kind of want to see what it looks like, you know? And this is +2 full plate. So that's 10 AC. I guess we can compare to see what it does versus what I'm already wearing.
Pack is too heavy. It's difficult to carry.
So this is 9, but has cold resist 20 and weighs 80% less than it should. So that's kind of cool. I want to see what this shield looks like though. It's pretty neat. It's not that neat though. How does the full plate look? Oh, see, look at how glorious that looks. Then that probably looks great with the Greater Mask of Persuasion too. Alright, so if both of these are in magic bags, is that enough to keep me from... Yeah, so I can wear this. The question is, does that tempt me further into getting the Greater Mask of Persuasion? It sort of does, because it would be better than this for me. Right, just intelligence isn't doing anything for me, really. Except for maybe occasionally giving me the option to get an insight roll, because I have one. I guess that's kind of cool. Let's go talk to the serpent guy. Because I have one of his gems. And I think he also sells a Greater Mask of Persuasion. Alright, we buy some equipment from you. So this is only 17, and it would give me the concentration, which all helmets give you, +2 charisma, and then persuade +5. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Oh yeah, that looks great. It would have looked better with full plate +1, but it still looks pretty good with what I got going on right now. And it also means that I can sell the old Mask of Persuasion, which is here. Because this is just better in every way. It looks better, and it does more stat-wise. All right, do you have anything else that I need and or want? You do not. Okay. Oh, we could go do Sharwin's quest too while we're in town, I guess. I am happy that I bought that mask and switched to this full plate, because I had been kind of getting tired of the look. Although the white dragon bone armor is pretty sweet. I'm not going to say it's not. I like it just fine. Hold off for a second. I need to talk to Sharwin. All right. back on the team. And so now her belt is Charisma +3 and Persuade +2. Which would be good with our build, except for that we're pretty reliant on this +3 strength right now. So, like, if we could figure out a way to get Dalen's item, then I could switch to using his amulet, which gives it, because then I would have a +3 strength from this instead, and then I could switch to the belt. And that would be pretty good. Alright, well. I'll look into that later. Let's continue with what we were working on. Oh, I guess I could check to see if the shady character sells a nymph cloak that is better than what I got going on. So far, it seems unlikely that I'm gonna find a new nymph cloak. He has no cloaks. Oh, does he have this? Does he share an inventory with Elaith? It seems like it, because he should have a greater mask of persuasion instead of 2 masks. So I think that he has a shared inventory. That's a bummer. That is a bummer. Alright. I still have just like tons of stuff though. Because I have just like tons of these stupid material components that I should have gotten rid of a long time ago. But I didn't, and here we are, full to the brim with this random bric-a-brac. Oh, those I'll end up losing, so let's not put those in there. Ring of the Rogue can go back in, another quartz. Yeah, we just need to get rid of some of this stuff. It's weighing me down. Alright, well that's a little better. I should probably abandon some of those armors that I'm carrying around. Did I miss this one? No, I got that one. Just the angle threw me off. Just the angle threw me off, that's all. Alright, and then those I've already done. Okay. So we can leave the spider cave now. Alright, and deeper into the woods we go. Well, there's more angry animals, that's for sure. And a camp. With a dire bear. Well, Linu, you're gonna die. Oh, shock of shocks. Yeah, I don't... Why did you open it again when I closed it? It's retarded. An unidentified potion? Ridiculous. Alright, there's some shrubs. Got a spooky tree. Some stones. An angry deer. Another cave. An angry bear. This might be like a witch's cave, yeah? Well, I'm always nervous that that Linu is gonna bug out and be gone or missing or something. Alright, now let's check out this cave. Okay, so maybe this isn't the witch's home. Because it's a very small cave. Oh, it's just an ancient dire bear in here, huh? Is it going to end up being the druid? Like, shape-shifted? Guess we'll find out. Yeah, let's go ahead and pop some of our divine stuff. Yeah, Divine Might does tons of pluses now and lasts for a really long time.
In the name of Sandy Moonbow.
Well, doesn't appear to have been a druid. It was just a scary bear. I don't know if there was something fancy I should have done with this. Like, dire animals are usually like evil animals anyway. So, hey, the Warzap, how's it going, man? Or lady, whatever your gender be. I don't know you, except for you swing by sometimes. Alright, so here's the Spirit Falls. But I don't want to do that yet. I want to find the witch's house first. There's another cave. And an angry deer. Okay, we could have just left it alone, Lanu. You didn't have to go running after it. It wasn't really, like, dangerous. Oh, goodness, Lanu. Whatever will I do with you? Okay, you just got hostile air elementals. That's cool. I see how it is, witch. And invisible stalkers, eh? Oh, quit beating up on poor Linu. I just had to go revive her.
Victory will be ours.
Alright. Hey, way to go. You did it. Alright. What else we got going on in here? Alright, we got some bullets, we got some darts, some gold. Alright, and now just rooms to open. Alright. Well, What's in here? Okay. More air elementals. Who are you going to fight now? Oh, there's more things. Gotcha. Well, let's deal with the air elemental, because it'll die quickly. Well, it should die quickly. Come on, keep fighting it. Alright, so somewhere in here there should be a book and there should be a gem. I don't know if she has the gem on her though. She might. Don't need that. Bookshelf. Not a fancy book though. We need to find the glowing thing, because it will contain the Book of Resonance. Oh, Linu. Oh, we got some more methods. That should be our missing book, at least. Linu. Alright, and then this just wraps up around to where we were. So, the book And what does this let you? Ettercap combined with a Fenberry and the Spell Lightning Bolt. Those who have experimented with the mask find that the creation shows a resistance to many magical effects. It can only be guessed that the nature-bound regenerative focus of the Fenberry discharges Faerun's off-magical effects, while the silk maintains the power of the lightning bolt. Okay. Well, I can't cast lightning bolts either, so it doesn't really help me. Just more actual books. More actual books. I don't think that I finished checking these things because Linu decided she wanted to run off. Yep, okay. All good. I think that we're about due for a save. Because one of these things is going to lead to... Oh, we got some water elementals, huh? Okay. Ooh, now we're down to some golems. And a prison. Oh, the last druid's here too. So yeah, definitely not a nice witch. Alright, come on. Alright. Some stag beetles. And a druid. Ooh, another belt of strength, eh? I'll have to find the proper key. Really?
Perish as you should.
Couldn't I just bash it in? You know? Alright. Let's go retrieve the elf again.
I can still feel my...
Alright, well, I'll find the key and I'll come back for you. Did I open this? I did not. Give that to me too. But we'll find it. Don't you worry. There's a chance that Linu dies again, though, before we do so. Busting and killing all my servants is exactly tactful. What can I do to help? I heard you dress up before it started trouble. Oh, I have the mirror right here. I am young and beautiful now. Okay. Whatever you say. You're not very nice, though, so I'm going to continue taking your things. Because you're a villain. The villain of the piece. You know? Isn't that right, Mickleby? Or Michael B, maybe? Just a fancy way of spelling it? I don't know. Do. I will leave when I'm good and ready to leave, you know? And not a moment sooner. Oh, another golem, eh? I think that's the second time I found that book. And that's not a book of consequence. And more healer's kits. Always helpful. What? What did you die for? I didn't even see that trap, Linu. Your ability to die when there's no apparent danger astounds me. Yeah, I'm leaving now. As soon as I rescue the druid, I'm leaving. Yeah. My name is Bree, and besides being the most beautiful druid in Neverwinter Wood, I'm also one of the druids who was investigating the problems with the wood. I don't know why is your beauty relevant, Bree? That's not important to what I got going on. I was wandering through the forest, dodging encounters with normal inhabitants. There was no need in trying to speak with the animals. They almost were rabid with fear and anger. Then I thought of the witch. The animals have always held the witch in high esteem. She protects and helps them quite often. I figured that the spirit probably wouldn't have any control over her mind, so perhaps she'd be a source of information. I found the witch in a clearing near here. She was harvesting some herbs at the time, so I came out quietly and waited for her to notice me. She worked for a while, then turned and smiled at me. Her eyes remained fixed on my face for a long time. She just seemed to admire my looks. No surprise, really, since she certainly has none. She convinced me to enter her house. We sat down to have some tea. We talked a little. Then I started to get dizzy, and I realized there was something in my tea. Next thing I knew, I was locked in this room. The witch came in and muttered something about stealing my face. I don't know what she meant by that, although if I had her face, I'd want a different one, too. You're kind of rude, Bree, you know? I mean, yeah, she's a witch that kidnapped you and whatnot, but still. Tell me what you learned. Tearing each other apart, normally peaceable. Tell me about this pool. Alright. Alright. So you didn't really help me at all. But that's fine. Go on your way. Oh, that's right. Let's go retrieve dear Linu. Yeah, still feel it. I know. Alright. Try not to die this time, Linu. At least until we exit the house. Alright, I think we're ready to enter the pool. Covered in grotesque carvings. Alright. So now we're in this weird realm. Fearsome Grig, get him. Don't just stand there. Okay. I don't need any more of that stuff. Will-o'-the-wisp. Oh, there it is. Relmar. What's up, dwarf? Udo Ollie, what's this man who shares me frying pan? Who are I? Who be me? That's not the thing I told the tree. I tell ye once, and then no more, me name be locked behind a door. The door can open if you try, but if you lose, then you say goodbye. I fly through the air, or live in a shoe. Take your time and think it through. The job me did, though not know why, was to the tree to say goodbye. The spirit sick, but it no die. Though I did me best to try, me chopped it good, then poisoned well, but now me stuck here in hell. A stone to get with magic rune, that spirit hid like a sacred tomb. Me did not see what rune be like, it goes to mage, that's quite a hike. What thing it does, me do not know, me did it because Mogram tells me so. Oh. Mogram be a mage who hides in tower, be wary of his awful power, it soars up high as it can in evil city of Luskan. Like a queen bee in her hive, others he send to keep his works alive. Oh, okay, so there are other cultists. Two does hide unless he ran within the city of Luskan. You pronounce this Luskan. Like you don't pronounce it like ran or can. It's Luskan. But whatever. The last would be number 3, lost in Charwood, mad like me. Oh yeah, I already found that guy. Alright, so now we're fighting this guy? Fine. You make me do a bunch of rhyming and then fight you? It's rude. Alright, do you drop some evidence for me? You do drop some evidence. Yeah, pack is too heavy. Do I have any room at the moment? I don't think I do. Not in those. Not in any of these. Alright, well in that case, let's go do some house cleaning. Because I'm not going to keep most of this stuff anyway. Belt of Frost Giant Strength. That's better than the Belt of the Hill Giant Strength.
It's difficult to carry.
I don't think that's true anymore. But whatever you say. Okay. So we have the poison. I don't know. There's got to be a way to cure it, though, right? But I didn't find anything else. So that's concerning. Do I have anything that I'm ready to get rid of in here? I don't think so. 40% container? Meh. Yeah, I would rather the helmet I'm wearing over this one, so we'll get rid of that too. Vermin's Bane. Okay, and we'll sell that. Oh, that was a good one. All right, well, that was before we came in here. So let's start a new save train. Because I'm worried that I didn't find a cure for the spirit. And I'd rather not kill it. So I might have to go back. Oh, invisible Griggs. Yeah, keep fighting the Griggs. Oh, poison antidote. There we go. Well, that's convenient. These are probably all just fairy dust. Yeah, their fairy dust are random stuff. I ain't worried about them. more Griggs and Will-o'-the-wisps. Always with the entangle spells. How's it going in that spell, Linu? You out of there yet? There you go. Well, now that the spell's gone, I guess I'll check these ones. Fairy dust, fairy dust, fairy dust, fairy dust, fairy dust. Okay. I don't need any more fairy dust. Nothing interesting out there. Oh, except for that I can walk out there. Okay. Anything interesting over here? No. Oh, and there's another area I could have walked out on. Another series of Griggs. Anything else? Alright, what about out here? Nothing? What about this pad? Is this anything? No. Okay. Fine. Linu, you still trapped in the vines? Okay. Well, catch up to me when you're free. There are more of these little guys somewhere, right? Yeah, there he is. Alright, so there's an exit. Hold up. Yeah, so many, right? Yeah, they're kind of difficult because you take so much damage and they don't get great armor, right? But there's some good spells for them. And of course, like, they do a lot of damage. Oh, dang it. Well, if he's going to be using ice spells, I should switch to my dragon armor instead. I'm pretty sure that I've started a wizard. Yeah, I mean, I played this once upon a time through. I didn't play a wizard. I played like a blackguard or a fighter. But you have to be kind of careful about what magic items you decide to keep, because they can make or break a run. But I have only beaten it once, so I could be remembering wrong. And that was like 15 years ago, so, you know, with grains of salt and whatnot. I also don't remember if I have to do something at the altar. Yeah, clerics get some great spells in the game. Yeah, I think what I did with it, I think I was like all in, like I had a weird build. I think it was like Weapon Master Blackguard, or maybe it was Weapon Master Red Dragon Disciple, because I was trying to figure out a way to take advantage of the stat bonuses that the Red Dragon Disciple gets. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, you just get tons of spells. That's crazy. I might have been dual wielding too, but I think to beat Hordes of the Underdark, I had to switch to one-handed because it was too many minuses. I wasn't hitting the demon at the end enough. No, I'm not trying to talk to you. I tried a monk build. I don't remember if I used commas or not, but that's all stuff that I did many years ago, so I don't remember all the things I did. I know that I've done a ranger, and I know that I've tried the wizard, but I'm sure I didn't finish it. I'm sure I rolled a monk, but probably didn't get very far. I tended to restart a lot and try new characters. Oh, is that right? Yeah, I probably didn't try that. I tend to try and build things to certain ideals when I'm tinkering usually. So like there would have been something appealing to me about a fist monk. But they get some great boots and robes, so they get some cool gear. All right, let's save again before we talk to this thing. I don't remember if I'm supposed to try and do something with the altar or if I'm just supposed to fight it. It seems like fight it. Can I even do anything with the altar? Okay, these are just treasure. All right, fine. All right, let's Divine Might and Divine Shield. Oh, now you're using lightning? That's messed up, dear. Just keep using your blizzard spell. I'm like immune to that nonsense. Okay. Alright, so you're just showing me signs of the forest. Creatures begin to attack. Spirit stands off, looking weaker and weaker. I have a cure for you. Group of men come into the forest. A familiar, evil-eyed dwarf is with the group. They go to the pool. Dwarf steps into it. One of the men walks over, thrusts a dagger. The crazy dwarf. The group walks towards the spirit's tree, spreading out until they form a circle. Brush the spirit. Coat with the green liquid. Okay. So that's how they managed to do it. They cover a smooth, flat stone. Cast a spell. 2-step through a portal. Alright. Image of a spirit placing a stone in the roots of the tree. Oh. Well, that's not good. I wanted to loot all that stuff. Can I go back? Apparently so. Good old-fashioned running back through things. Alright, there wasn't anything interesting in these spots, right? No. No, there was not. Okay. So, Michael B., do you still play Neverwinter Nights, or is it more of a nostalgia trip for you as well? I mean, I say nostalgia, but I've been enjoying replaying it, so I might check out some Persistent Worlds when I'm done beating the game again. Hello, Spirit of the Wood. Don't mind me, just looting the things I didn't have time to do before you portaled me away.
Back is too heavy. It's difficult to carry.
Alright, anything else interesting on this plateau? I would assume not, but let's check. That looks like a no. Alright, will you teleport me out of here again, or is that a one-time deal? Alright, so presumably that's why this other portal exists. Let's go retrieve our frequently dying friend. Yes. Oh, I probably don't need this plus half plate. Mr. Archdruid, I saved all your friends. Oh, is that what it was? Anonymous? Onanimous? I think I found your druids. I've also cured the spirit of the wood. You have done very well, lad. With the spirit of the wood cured, we can return to our union with nature and her creatures without fear of destruction. Oh, I was happy to be of service, man. Alright, so I don't think we have many loose ends except for the remaining wolf and the last gem. So I guess we should go do that too. How you doing tonight, Anonymous? Doing all right? Feeling good? Or I guess, or morning, depending on where you're at. Oh, hello, Solomon.
I warned you, but you just wouldn't get.
What's this letter? The old ones, may they live forever, seek an ancient artifact said to be in the vicinity of Port Last. I have sent agents to retrieve it, but for you I have a greater task. There are meddlers about, the very same who thwarted Duster's good work in Neverwinter. If you succeed, you shall have a place in the heavenly kingdom of our beloved old ones. If you fail, your soul be damned, and I shall send others to do what you cannot. Should you require this assistance of other agents, those seeking the artifact have been dispatched to the Neverwinter Wood, the cavern system north of Port Last, and the remote village of Charwood. Their work is important, however, so do not disturb them without good cause. Do not fail me, Mogrim Korithir. I'm getting real tired of your lackeys, Mogrim. They're downright rude. So Anonymous, interesting you bring up like this idea of monk mechanics. I'm not really that familiar with third edition beyond Neverwinter Nights. I didn't play third edition maybe more than once. No, I'm having a blast. It's been so long since I did any of this. It's got a mix of some delightful nostalgia with just a genuine interest in seeing the story again. Really, you think it's boring? I thought the stories were really deep and interesting, and the henchman stuff is funny. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to D&D stories, and this is fairly classic as far as those are concerned. The only thing I'd say is maybe it's a little formulaic. Like, oh, you've got these 3 zones or 4 zones. Collect the thing in the zones, and then you're done with the chapter. It didn't. May the celestial armies rain fire upon mine enemy. Alahor, Alahor, Alahor the werewolf. The alpha male. I have hunted him for years. He has turned me into the very thing I hate. No doubt he hides beneath his merchant guise even now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it just what it was it just seemed like it was trying to be D&D, and I thought it was pretty close. Like, there's a lot of little nuanced stories you can find, lots of things you could miss. Just choices choices seemed meaningful. At least on the side quest stuff. The main story, obviously, there wasn't really much in the way of choices, but I guess for me, it felt like a good adaptation of the tabletop game. And that's what I was hoping for. Even though I wasn't super familiar with 3rd edition, like I said. But Hordes of the Underdark was a lot of fun. I don't even really remember Shadows of Undrentide, so I can't say if it was good or not. I remember the first chapter of this story because I played it a bunch of times trying out new characters. And then I remember Hordes of the Underdark a fair amount because that was a really interesting story. Like going into the Underdark, like going through the plains of hell, all that stuff was real cool. Oh, I was saying that I'm not that familiar with 3rd edition, so I'm most familiar with 1st edition because that's what I learned to play way back when, and they didn't have mechanics like that. So either you used a weapon and you had a slight bonus to damage, or you used open fists and you had you had damage that you could do there. So I'm not that familiar with 3rd edition game mechanics. Like monks using weapons and still getting their monk abilities. That wasn't a thing in the games that I played on tabletop. I'm sorry. What's your name? I am hunting a colt. Yeah, and they got to reuse it for Knights of the Old Republic and Jade Empire. Although I didn't play Jade Empire, so I couldn't tell you if that was any good. But KOTOR was a lot of fun, yeah. Brought Aniva into town to buy him a birthday present for his 10th birthday. He ran over a hill when all of a sudden I heard him scream. All I could hear were men's voices. I dropped to the ground and peeked over the crest of the hill. A group of thugs, they picked him and carried him off, laughing to themselves. Why didn't she bring this to me when I was here before? I don't know who to turn to. The guards are busy with their own troubles, and I need someone who can rescue him quickly. Do you know where they took him? Standing Stones. Okay. I like fifth edition. It reminds me a lot of first edition, actually, with just some kind of refinements from over the years. It feels a lot more like it wants the characters to role play and come up with personalities for the characters and focus on that, rather than kind of the min-maxy feel of like Pathfinder, or even, I didn't play 4th edition, but I read through it. I know it played a little more video game like in its mechanics. They had taunts, and like you had like the tank and healer kind of roles, where that wasn't so much a thing in the D&D I was used to. I've been playing a 5th edition campaign with some friends. We started on the table, but he streams, so we started doing it through Fantasy Grounds online, so he could stream it. And for that one, we're just going through the books. It's pretty good. Yeah. What I don't like about starting off above level 1 is that, I don't know, you don't have any time to grow fond of your character through all the trials and tribulations of leveling your character up. Like, yeah, that was the sense I got from 3.5. Pathfinder seems like a better version of 3.5, but it also feels really bloated. I've played a few Pathfinder games. There's just so much content. It just, I don't know, it seems all unnecessary to me. I don't think you need all that to do a tabletop RPG. You can, yeah. Well, because it came out in between 3rd and 3.5, right? So like the original stuff was more 3rd edition, and then as they released expansions, then it would have been influenced a little bit by 3.5, if I'm remembering right. 3.5 was broken as hell as far as I remember. Like you could do like a half vampire dragon that can't be killed and all kinds of nonsense. Not that the nonsense isn't fun, but I don't know. The nonsense is for after you've done kind of the traditional stuff, right? And you're bored with it and you want to like play around with nonsense. Yeah, I'll go save him, I guess. He's as good as rescued. Zamithra. Okay. I think they do pretty good at having restraint in 5 edition. It seems much more trimmed down than the 3.5. There's just so, I mean, like I said, I didn't play it, but there's so many books, and there's so many books just for you to be able to build a character. It's a little overwhelming almost.
don't you come and talk to me, honey?
Okay.
Now that we're alone, don't be shy. Just follow my orders and I'm sure you'll be a happy man in the morning.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, it shames me to admit it. I am...
All right. Thank you. Sorry to mislead you. I just want to complete the quest, you know? So yeah, I don't know. I've been having fun with 5th edition. Although, we're playing, what is it, the Tyranny of Dragons? The Horde of the Dragon Queen is the first one. And it's the first time that I've ever run a campaign out of a book. I usually make them up. And there are some things about it that I'm less pleased. It's a little more on rails than I would hope from a D&D game. But it is nice to not have to come up with everything and just have all the assets and stuff just ready for you to use and not have to figure out what you're going to throw at them next or determine random encounters. It's nice to have all that stuff planned. Where were those standing stones? You haven't been able to enjoy one game of D&D yet? Oh, that's a bummer. Unfortunately, enjoying D&D or any sort of tabletop role-playing game is far more dependent on the people you play with than which system you play. That I can say with a fair amount of confidence, that the actual game you're playing is way less important than the people you're playing with. Like, because I've had those groups that just get all bickery and rules lawyering and aren't. Seems like they're almost not there to have fun. They're there to just kind of argue about stuff. And I like a good bit of debate now and then. And like many nerds, getting into the nuance of rules and semantics is fun. Yeah, well, the unexpected random bullshit is fun. Sounds like maybe you weren't... Maybe you didn't have great DMs dealing with what you were working with. Like, they should be kind of accounting for that idea. Maybe this was in the Road to Charwood. Yeah, those kind of antics happen in general when you're playing, or usually happen. They don't happen as much in this pre-built campaign that I'm working on right now, but normally when I would play with homebrews, it would happen a fair amount. You know, someone wants to do something ridiculous, or they just start buying animals and they end up having like a traveling zoo, or someone decides they're tougher than they really are, so they more of an action type guy. I think it's something that didn't fit out with the rest of the group. They like story heavy shit like Game of Thrones and Witcher. Well, to be fair, D&D does tend to cater to the story heavy shit, which is kind of the downfall, right? It's not that exciting. Where is this standing stones? I thought they were... What map was that on? I'm just going to start over. I know I've seen those standing stones. Pesky players will always find a way to break your campaign. Yeah, that's true. They will do that. It's not so much them breaking the campaign that bothers me. It's when they seem to exist to argue with the other players. I feel like that ruins the experience a lot more than any other issue. Like, they don't want to cooperate. They're like, no, they're always just contrary. And I think that some players feel like being contrary is a way to easy role playing, but it just makes the game not fun for everyone because they can't agree on what to do. Alright, so these are the archaeologist barracks. So I don't think that's what I want. Why can't I remember where these frickin' standing stones were? I remember that there was a farm right near it. That's as much as I remember. But, for the life of me, I can't remember which map it was on. I feel like this is the only road I haven't been on, the South Road. Why would it be so far away from where she was, though? Maybe I just overlooked it up on the North Road. Es posible. Alright, so that's to the tower. That goes into Charwood. Okay, so that's definitely not it. I must have missed it. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There's some boringness to it, but some trivial, like you can't always rely on everything, but they can choose to work together, right? Like, that's something they could do. Was it maybe actually just on the same frickin' map that she was on? I'm getting distracted by D&D talk and not paying attention. Not that I mind. I like D&D talk. Although, as I get older, I would settle for contrary players if I had to. Like, now what's hard about playing D&D is just everyone's friggin' schedule. Okay, so it's definitely not on this map. Alright. South Road. Okay, I could have just read this. By the entrance to Charwood. I could have sworn the standing stones were marked on my map. But I was on the map that led to Charwood, and they weren't marked there. And it was on the South Road. Okay. Yeah, what I think that's hard about action in D&D is that it, like, even if you throw a lot of fights in there, like, they're not that exciting. I can find guys who are interested in playing, but they just also don't seem to have time to play, so their willingness seems kind of irrelevant if they can't show up to play. Well, I think, Michael B, that it comes down to the same reason that we like movies with familiar storylines and familiar beats. Like there's these classic tales that resonate, right? So the same kind of thing that you might enjoy in other media, whether it's books or movies, tends to be the same kind of thing that you gravitate towards as characters. You tend to feel like create a character that fills the ideal, right? But you want experience, you want agency in those stories. That's the benefit of doing the tabletop, is those stories that you're familiar with, you become a part of rather than just a voyeur, right? At least that's my theory anyway. Oh, she lied to me, eh? That too. It is a lot of work to come up with new things. Our efforts with the Orc clans and the Uthgar tribes continue, and we are close to a breakthrough. The resulting army, already strong, should be enough to bring down the new and holy empire. Not all is smooth as hoped, however, as young meddlers proving to be small but growing concern to our cause, interrupting our search for the artifact. I already sent Solomon against these interlopers, but he has failed. If you should fail, I'll have to take Vardak from his current task and set him upon him. Oh. Does that mean we'll get to fight another person? I would happily fight another person. Do I have any room in the magic bags? No. I just have no room at all. Okay, that's fine. I think it's just another one of those goblins. Anyway. Bring myself to say this, but he needs to be destroyed. The curse of the Black Wolf must be ended, so it will never be spread to innocents again. Would you seek out and do what must be done? Please, bring me his tooth so I know that it's done for once for all. Yeah, I'll take care of him. Don't you worry, Nurik. Oh, well, see, that's stuff you should be able to do. At least if it's feasible in the world that they're creating. Keep in mind that the one benefit of being the DM is that you're crafting a story in a world. So if in the world they're crafting, there's no such thing as the Zentharim, right? Like that's... Now, if it's a homebrew game, that no, you got to end a war between giants and dragons, I think that you should DM in a way that leaves the players open to choose what they're working with, or it's down to the DM to create ample motivation for you to want to be involved in the story that they're creating. But that comes with practice at DMing, like trying to infuse motivations that don't feel counter to what the player wants to do. That can be tricky, but you get there in the end, right? You help them come up with a story that is both what they want to do and supports the story you're trying to tell. It's a little different when you're playing the pre-written stuff because they don't have as much wiggle room. But whether or not you play the pre-written stuff, that should be kind of a group decision, right? Like, I didn't decide that we were going to play the pre-written stuff. We decided as a group because we thought it would be easier to pick up and play on a moment's notice. So we knew we were going to be giving up some freedom to do whatever we chose for the convenience of having everything kind of ready for us. Was kind of the trade-off. But if you're homebrewing, you should definitely work to create a story that is interesting for both you and the players, not just the story you want to tell. But, you know, I'll be honest with you. A war between giants and dragons sounds interesting. Oh, Ahalor isn't here anymore, huh? Does that mean he's over at his house? But that's not the kind of being contrary that I was talking about that I dislike from players. I don't care if they rail against the story I'm trying to tell. I just don't like when they argue amongst each other. Yeah, it's kind of both ways, right? When you're at least when you're doing a homebrew, right? You should be kind of building the story together between what you want to do and what the players want to do. Oh, what's this guy got to say to me? There's a big fellow in here looking for someone exactly like you. Pretty sure it's you. A buddy of mine tells me I'm gonna get lost. The big guy kill him for it. Bled all over. My buddy didn't, but after I saw them split in half like that, I tells the guy, "You been round these parts. There any man here would have done the same." Okay. All right. Yeah, man, you can take some gold.
You have a keen nose to attract me here. I suppose I should welcome you to my den.
All right. Prepare to die.
Perish as you should.
So yeah, but Michael B, what I was saying that I don't like players who are contrary, I meant that argue against what the rest of their players want to do. Like, it's really hard to run a game if the players won't work together. I don't care if their common cause is to avoid the story that I've written. As long as they're working together, I'm happy, and I'm happy to create the worlds that they want to wander through. Just so long as, you know, they're not just constantly arguing with each other. You know, form the band of brothers. Andrew, you got anything interesting to say?
It's finally over. Nurek said that Alhalor is dead, but I know I'll still have trouble falling asleep at night.
All right. Nothing interesting for me now.
Hail to ye!
We did it. All right. Yeah, exactly. And it's So there's a fine line, right? Because you can do it in an interesting way, where you have like kind of the gruff curmudgeon of the group that, but slowly but surely forms an attachment to the group, and it's like, he's the angry one, like kind of that typical dwarf exterior or something like that. But I've had people where they just constantly undermine the rest of the party, or like were pickpocketing other characters and selling their things back to them, and just generally being kind of a dick. It's just not fun. It's not a fun way to play. All right, so next is my paladin, my another paladin level. Then I should be taking, Persuade again. Great. For this particular one, I'm using one of the old legacy builds that used to be on the Neverwinter Vault website. Hot diggity dog, full hit points. Alright, so what else? Oh, I finished his gems, didn't I? I can go finish his quest too. Oh, and the book. Yeah, let's wrap all those up real quick.
How do you do? Have you had any luck?
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I constantly misspell things just because I'm trying to type as fast as the thoughts are coming, and it doesn't work out that way. Cannot wait to show her Corellan's Grove. Farewell to you, friend. He gave me some armor? He did. Think he could have told me what it was first. So, Michael B., I would think that by the way you're talking is that I think that your DM probably could be a little better, or the DMs that you've tried. One, I don't think it's wise to start off with like 5th level characters for people's first time. I don't think that a really rigid game where you're stifling creativity is a good way to start off. It's not a way to make people excited to play your game if that's how you're behaving, and you're skipping all of the trials and tribulations of a new character leveling up, and like you're just trying to tell this high-end epic story that requires characters already be a high level. I don't. That's not how I would do it. Is all I'll say. This is just studded leather. Well, that's a nice chunk of change. Yeah, I've had a couple people swing by the stream to tell me that they play on persistent worlds still, and they were wondering if I was going to check those out after I finished playing through the game again. So yeah, there's definitely people who still play it. There's a girl who streams her persistent world play, Saber Girl, some sort of number. Yeah, it's just the examples don't sound like someone who's catering to a new player or trying to get them interested in it. They seem too caught up in what they're doing, whether it's the starting at a high level, or it's the dragons versus giants where you don't have any freedom to do what you want. Those examples exist independent, but to me strike kind of a similar kind of nature. Like you're too focused on what world you want to build and not focused on the kinds of things that get players interested in your world, which is leveling up or finding their own motivations to participate in the events of the world. Like, in most cases, I don't recommend starting off with the prime story. You learn what the characters want to do and what they want to be, and then when you start playing, you introduce motivations to the characters they created for them to go on this adventure together. Like, you're skipping all of the... You're trying to get the payoff with none of the work. Like, you have to put in the time to get people interested in what you're trying to do. Yeah, see, that's garbage. Why are you reading 2 full pages of events? Why aren't you playing 2 full pages of events? Why are you skipping the game? The whole point is to experience those things. It's not like they couldn't make gameplay for you to do the events. It's not a video game. It's literally just a spoken word story. You can do literal anything. You don't have to skip events and get everyone caught up. Just play them. I mean, I maybe understand where they're coming from, because I've written stories or come up with stories that players never get to because we don't play long enough for that to happen. Like, people's schedule changes, or people move away, whatever, and you end up getting so far into a story that you built and they never got to the end, never got to the payoff. So skipping ahead kind of helps you do that, but I don't know, defeats the point. It's just the risk you run, is that you're not going to get to the end of the story. Either it's interesting and people will finish it and they'll have time to finish it, or it's not interesting and people won't care. One of the two. Oh, I had the book too. That's right. Yeah.
Well, hello.
Yeah, it's super easy, right? No, that's skipping all the work that you're supposed to put in. The thing is it is a lot of work to DM. Well, way more work than it is to just play, because you're trying to come up with a story that is interesting and makes people want to pursue your story. And what's interesting to you might not be interesting to them, or what might be interesting to one character isn't to the others. And everyone has this idea of what their character is going to do and be, and sometimes that doesn't fit into your plans. So, I don't know. To me, it was just, when I made the home campaigns or homebrews, it was more that I just had a world with lots of stuff happening, and there were big problems. I tended to like to do that the main overarch is kind of the old Final Fantasy trope, right? There's events in motion that will be kind of a catastrophic event that the players will kind of encounter little by little, whatever it happens to be. It could be different, but something on that scale, right? Something that's going to impact everybody, so it will matter to everybody. But I try to make that slow to come, right? They have time to become invested in that story, and they have time to get sidetracked from it. So if they encounter some weird cult or werewolves or whatever along the way, they can feel free to go on those tangents. But then there's this looming disaster that they might have to deal with. And they just keep getting hints of that. No matter what they choose to do in the game, you just keep kind of like throwing little nibbles of the big piece. Or if they are all in on the big piece, then you throw temptations that might distract them from it, just in case they want to break up the storyline with some random side quest. It's easy to throw that stuff in there. I don't know, and then players will come up with random stuff they want to do. They're like, oh, my family was kidnapped by demons or whatever, and you just work it in. It's easy to do that stuff. It's not easy to do that stuff with pre-builds, but with your homebrew, you can just do whatever the fuck you want. So why be so limited in it? All right. Well, it is 12 o'clock, and I have to work in the morning, so I really can't stay on any longer. But it has been a real pleasure talking to you, gents, about D&D. I'll probably keep playing this throughout the week. I will be gone this weekend, so I usually do longer streams on the weekend, but I'll be out of town, so that won't be happening. But I do fully intend to beat this game and all of its expansions once more before I spend too much time on something else. So if you want to relive this nostalgia train, swing back by, chat it more about D&D. Oh. Yeah, and anyways, until next time.